Well, we can put it like that. So it's okay to smell. And
Good morning, once again. Welcome to all to our 2021 Dhammadharini Bhikkhuni Sangha Kathina program, led by Chanaka Ekanayake and friends, and Mala Wichikun with family and friends. They have pledged the Kathina to our Dhammadharini Bhikkhuni Sangha on the Asala Dhamma Day of Vassa. They offered the invitation to enter the Vassa. And in partnership with our Dhamma coordinator, Dhammadharini Dhammadharini Support Foundation, and Inspiring Generosity, aka Friends of Dhammadharini, they have well supported our whole Vassa, which is now complete. So we're glad to see Chanaka here this morning. We're glad to see Mala online. What's going to happen now? We're going to offer the refuges and precepts and do the offering of the cloth. This is part of our early morning program. We were just starting to get the light here. So we'll offer the cloth, and there will be a breakfast offering to the Bhikkhuni Sangha. After that, we're going to start the sewing of the cloth, and you'll be able to see some of the sewing happening. In the morning, there'll be a Dhamma talk on the meaning of Kathina. We'll have a meal offering a little later, and then the afternoon program will have for the refuges and precepts. It'll have a parade. It'll have more offerings, and then we'll in the later afternoon we'll have the Dhamma talk marathon program. So that's our quick overview of the program for today. Oh, yes, yes, thank you. I'm being reminded that at the end of the day, we hope to have a complete robe that will be sewn from the cloth that's about to be offered now. And that cloth, that new robe will be spread. We will spread the Kathina and also carry the blessings at that time. So that will be in the later afternoon, we think around 5:30, though we never know exactly what time, what will happen with the sewing of the robe. So we're aiming for around 5:30. So that is our program for today. At this time, I'm going to introduce our Dhammadharini teacher and Vice Abbess, Venerable Bhikkhuni Ajahn Brahmavara, and invite her to give us an introduction to the refuges and precepts, and then lead us all together in undertaking the 5 refuges and precepts. You might invite those over in the meal area also, if they're Chanaka hold the mic. Yes, I think Chanaka gets a hold of the mic. Mike is going to otherwise have feedback. Can I wait until the precept? Yeah. Thanks.
No, we shouldn't be doing it. Just something. But we can have this come up that and then
Is he YouTube live? Yes. Okay.
should be extended to your sides. That's okay. No problem. Come to the Sangha. Glad to see you. Achala, Nico. Glad you could visit. This means it's dawn. The birds have started to sing, so it's officially dawn in our area now. Yes, this is a dawn bird. It's the one. What we developed last year with brief concepts for office to the Sangha and across the table.
Okay. This is a live Facebook, but I don't see the YouTube.
Because we have the YouTube and they're separate.
I see.
So the YouTube live is one thing and the Facebook
I
live is
see.
another.
Oh.
They're separate. So if you go to YouTube, you'll see.
Just that is. No, just loop around. Because you're going to be going back this way.
Come back here.
Yes. Okay. Blessings to Chanaka.
Stuff it around here.
I see. Yeah.
You're going to be holding
It's on our YouTube
that.
channel.
That's going to be your, you won't need to be setting it on top of the street there, which is then,
Oh, I got it.
You got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, just pick it up just enough so it's not on my round, but not going off the table.
Okay, watch out, watch the candle, candle, stuff, also there's a candle.
Getting it, so it's not draining. Okay.
Okay.
You what do you think?
Come on the other side of the mic.
My glasses. Want to try these? Can they? But we want Chanaka to be able to set the robe on top of the string and just take it. And then have a direct connection to the sun. What about one of these, one of the flowers, small ones here? Can we use for that? Careful. Thank you very much. We want to invite Venerable Bhikkhuni Sangha to give an introduction to the refuges and precepts and their meaning, and to lead us in making affirmation of the refuges and precepts.
Dear Mala, Chanaka, and all the friends here who have arrived today. You have done so many preparations during the past 24 hours, the past week, and the past month, leading up to this moment of the offering of the robe. All of those preparations were done with a good heart, with a wish for the benefit and success of the monastic Sangha, and for the success of all those who are practicing together, and for the whole world, really. So as we recite these precepts, again, this is part of the preparation for the day. When the robe is actually offered, when the Sangha is done, it's like turning the light switch. It makes the electrical connection, completes the circuit. So this is a kind of a completion of all the preparations that happened before. Undertaking the precept is a way to establish your heart in the right direction. So I invite everyone to take a moment and reflect about your aspiration and your intention for today. And now please recite Pranamo Vassa 3 times. Namaskar.
Namo tassa bhagavato namo sambuddhassa namo tassa bhagavato namo sambuddhassa namo tassa bhagavato.
Now please repeat after me line by line. Buddham Saranam Gacchami. Dhamma Saranam Gacchami. Sangham Saranam Gacchami. Dutiyampi Buddham Saranam Gacchami. Dutiyampi Dhammam Saranam Gacchami. Dutiyampi Sangham Saranam Gacchami. Dutiyampi Buddham Saranam Gacchami. Dutiyampi Dhammam Saranam Gacchami. Dutiyampi Sangham Saranam Gacchami. Saranagama Sampurna, the revisions are complete. Now please recite after me the precepts in Pali, and then I'm going to just say them in English so everybody can understand. Anatipata Viramani Sikkhapadam Samadhiyami. I undertake the precept to refrain from taking life of any living being. Adinadana Viramani Sikkhapadam Samadhiyami. Take the precept to refrain from taking what is not given. Kame Sumichakara Viramani Sikkhapadam Samadhiyami. I undertake the precept to refrain from sexual misconduct. Sura Musavada Viramani Sikkhapadam Samadhiyami. I undertake the precept to refrain from false or harmful speech. Sura Marya Mantrapamadapana Viramani Sikkhapadam Samadhiyami. I undertake to refrain from drinks and drugs causing heedlessness. Now, having undertaken these 3 refuges and the 5 precepts, one has the protection. One should strive on with diligence. Silena Sadhimyanti, Silena Bhagavad Sampada, Silena Nimbudimyanti, Tasama Silan Visodhaye.
Sadhu.
All right. So next in our program, we will do the offering of the robe. We have again Valla online with us and Chanaka in person, and our founding abbess Ayataka Loka We'll be reading Chanaka in the ancient Pali text for offering the Kathina robe cloths that have been prepared. The Chanaka has his taper. And we're going to lead this offering chanting in call and response style. And you'll be Chanaka the mic back.
Work cameras. How do we turn this on?
There's a-
Got it. So, that's this. I don't think that it's for you to read. So it's Japanese from my working. Just want to say greetings and good morning, triple blessings. Amor Dhammadharini to all the Sangha and Mr. Chanaka Ekanayake on behalf of his Kathina co-daughters will be sharing something with us, a few words of introduction to his offering. And then we'll be reading the call and response for his offering of the Kathina Chimada Vassa, the Kathina robe.
Dear Venerable Bhikkhuni Sangha, I wish to offer these robe cloths against by Kathina donor Upasika which is a family and a friend in Sri Lanka, Dhammadharini and
Created as the Kathina on it, and you can then you can take the cloth cover off of the robe, and take the flowers off first, and then the cloth cover. Place the flower pattern. Some height of your and you can place the cloth here on top of the string and place the chemical and the moment placing this down. And will you be all right if the paper is set up there? Will be able to see it, or is it good just as is? Yes? Okay. Yeah, good. According to what's good for you. All right. And now I'm going to recite Vassa 3 times, and you'll recite 3 times after me. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Repeat after me. This is the Imani Maya Aye Kathina Tusani Bhikkhuni Sangha Ono Chayama Satmo Aye Bhikkhuni Sangha Imani Kathina Tusani Atikan Hatu Atika Hetavacha Imehi Tusehi Katinan Akaratum Amhakan Hikaratam Hitaya Sukhaya. Venerable Bhikkhuni Sangha, we present this Kathina cloth to the Bhikkhuni Sangha. It would be good if the Bhikkhuni Sangha would accept these Kathina cloths, and having accepted them, would spread the Kathina with them for our long-term benefit and the happiness it gives us. Onto the string. Place it onto the string. Where the string is. The string is close to you.
It crosses down over the string. It's on the string.
And to the whole Venerable Bhikkhuni Sangha, now's the time for your
Okay, this is the cloth that's been offered. This book is for the Bhikkhuni Sangha to take this cloth into the meditation hall, into the boundary there, the sima, and form the Bhikkhuni Sangha Dhamma. We have the offering from the also.
Oh, thank you for mentioning. Just a moment, please.
Okay, excuse me, just a moment, one more thing.
Gandhini Dahanayaka. Welcome.
So, as we further offering, the Bhikkhuni Sangha will be going inside the meditation hall in the sima there to perform the Bhikkhuni Sangha Dhamma, which is the act of the Sangha, which then bestows the cloth upon one Bhikkhuni here, who will then be responsible for making that cloth into a robe over the course of the day. So this is someone who should be knowledgeable and skillful to be able to properly measure and cut and sew the robe. In addition to, one qualification is that they have observed the Vassa purely at this location. knowledgeable in selling. And feeling knowledgeable also in selling. We'll shortly be going inside the hall.
Kathina robe, Venerable Bhikkhuni Sangha, inside Sima Hall. This is the Dhammadharini Bhikkhuni Bodhi Bojanga Upasika Sima. We'd like to request that two strong new members of the Bhikkhuni Sangha to help to carry the
We'll be going into the hall and we'll be switching to the Kathina.
this is then going to be the time of the Bhikkhuni Sangha Kama. Venerable Bhikkhuni Sangha, having received the Kathina cloth offered by Chanaka Ekanayake on behalf of the Kathina cloth owners, Mala Vijay and also together with the whole Vijay family, and also with good Dhamma friends, Dhamika Ekanayake and Yuki sitting Mane in Sri Lanka. Then we're going to be bringing the Kathina Chira Dusa, the robe cloth that you offered, into the Sima Hall, and invite the Venerable Bhikkhuni Sangha to come into the Sima Hall together for the Kathina Sangha Kama. Bhikkhuni Sangha will consider who they want to nominate and then formally bestow the Kathina robe cloth upon. And that would be a Bhikkhuni who has purely and properly completed the Vassa here at our Dhammadharini monastery. So amongst the Bhikkhunis who completed the Vassa here during this time, one of them will be nominated. I just want to invite you, especially Chanaka and also Mala and Dhamika, if you're online together with us, to just during this time place your palms in Anjali during the time of the Bhikkhuni Sangha Kama, and to really just strongly remember your most excellent intention and dedication in all that you've offered in support during the Vassa, and in your great aspiration to be offering the Kathina Chira Dana here today to the Bhikkhuni Sangha. So just to keep that foremost in your heart and mind, in the posture of your body, and Anjali as the Bhikkhuni Sangha recites the Sangha Kama and bestows the Kathina cloth. So there are very long forms of recitation. We're going to be doing the shorter form of recitation, which is from the Tipitaka, Vinaya Pitaka, from the Pali text canon. So over time, the traditions have developed many wonderful additional beautiful things. This is the canonical part from the Tipitaka. It's going to be being recited by the Kamawata Chinese for the Bhikkhuni Sangha.
So we do instruction from the Buddha about the allowance for the Kathina. And then we will have the chanting of the Sanghikama. Vassa, Kathina, Upasika Chanaka Ekanayake, Bhikkhuniyo, Panchakapi Santi, Manamantacharo, Asamadhanacharo, Manabhojanam, Yavadattachivaram, Yojatattachivadukkhato, Somesa Palisati, Atthakathijnanam Bhikkhuniyo, Dhammadharini Bhikkhuni Sangha. And allow the Bhikkhus to make up Kathina cloths, and the Bhikkhus have completed the rings. 5 things will be allowable to you, Bhikkhus, when the Kathina cloths have been made up. Going to families for alms without having asked for permission, offering for alms, not taking the 3 robes, a group meal, as many robes as you require, and whatever robe material is pleased for, that will be for them. These 5 things will be allowable to you, Bhikkhus, of the Kathina robes have been made. Sunantume aye sanghom Yitang sanghasa katina tusang upanang Yati sanghasa patakalang sanghom Imang katina tusang Ayaya sopanasa dhateya katinang ataratong esa nyati. Venerable ladies, may the community listen to me. This Kathina cloth has arisen for the Sangha. If the Sangha is ready, it should give this Kathina cloth to the Venerable Sopana to spread the Kathina. This is the motion. Sunantume aye, sunantume aye sanghom. Yitang sanghasa katina tusang upanang sangho imang katina tusang ayaya sopanasa dekhi katina ataritong Ayaya kamati imasa katina tusasa ayaya sopanasa kana katina ataritong sopanasa yasana kamati Sopasiya. This Kathina cloth has arisen for the Sangha. The Sangha gives this Kathina cloth to the Venerable Sopana to spread the Kathina. Waiting on the giving of the Kathina cloth to the Venerable Sopana to spread the Kathina is agreeable should remain silent. They whom it is not agreeable should speak. Nina Ita Sankhena Katina Tusang Ayaya Sopanasa Katinang Ataritong Kamati Sanghasa Asma Evameka Hayami Sat Sat
Show the mess with the sign.
It's going to be the breakfast offering. And Sophie has been awarded the Kathina Club by the So the Venerable Bhikkhuni Sangha Dhammadharini teacher, Ajahn, and also vice abbess of Dhammadharini, has been awarded the Kathina robe club by the Venerable Bhikkhuni Sangha. Formally by the Sangha Council. And now we have here Lau and Radhika, beyond friends who have gathered together. Who would you like to introduce this part?
Yes, our friends, Dhammadharini and Bhikkhuni, and many other friends also are here to offer their very special Sri Lankan Field Dana, or the breakfast. And I think they've never done it quite this way before, so this is the first time.
This is because this is traditional Sri Lankan breakfast,
This is the traditional Sri Lankan breakfast,
which our Bhikkhuni Sangha never had.
which Bhikkhuni Sangha never had before. We have had some Sri Lankan breakfast, but this will be a little more traditional and elaborate. So at this time, we will go over and to receive the breakfast, and that will be also will offer blessing, and that will be recorded and broadcast, and then we'll take a little break for the breakfast time and begin sewing. So so the breakfast offering, a little bit of
Sewing,
a
but the measuring and cutting.
yes, starting with the measuring of the cutting
Of the Kathina robe.
of the Kathina robe cloth shortly after breakfast. So we will see the breakfast.
And I'll come and get it. He's in the class with congratulations. Sadhu, I don't have my own certificate. I know.
For all of our Dhammas who are gathered here, and also for the Sangha. Then some of you may know and some of you might not know about our Dana Sala project. So that area there is going to be covered gracious Dana Sala, which will protect from rain and protect from sun. And then also we plan to create a walkway and outdoor Dana offering area here. So that's begun. It might be even, you can see the kit for the Dana Sala is actually stacked up. It's already been made and delivered. So the kit is over here on the side. And we hope by the December full moon, sometimes known as Sankamita Day, or like International Buddhist Women's Day in Sri Lanka, we're hoping to be able to actually inaugurate the Dana Sala and also the Buddha and Arahant Tara and Arahant Teri images that are now in a ship traveling from Cambodia here to us. So hopefully they'll be inaugurated on the December full moon, and then when the friends come to be able to make their offerings, to listen to the Dhamma, to meditate, that we will have a gracious and suitable, even more comfortable outdoor space with the platform, so you won't be walking in the muddy grass. For everyone who wants to make their offerings, listen to the Dhamma, receive blessings, meditate. So many of our friends, more than 100 of them, more than 108 of them have contributed to that sala. And we hope to have it actually inaugurated at this time, at the marginal time. But the permitting process was slow. So we've been waiting on permitting in various stages of inspection process, and it's coming along. We're hopeful that we'll have that. So later on, during this whole winter time, whenever anyone comes, and later on in the heat of the sun, that there will be this gracious and COVID safe outdoor space. And even after pandemic, who knows how long it lasts, but even after that, it will still be such a great boon to have this traditional outdoor established sala space for our whole community. So I just wanted to let you know about that. If you want to, the pieces of the Dana Sala are in boxes on the side there. You can touch a box and give your blessing. Or the footers for the Sala have already been installed. You can also give your blessing there. Bhante has come with his own flow. Welcome, Bhante. Other Sangha members have their own flow.
Yeah, but I should.
No splashing in the puddles. I was invisible. Yeah, I was up there. He was trying to hit me. Yes.
Is the offering done all together? Ada table kalau and the snangin.
And then the next table.
This is not my phone. My dad's phone. My goodness. No, let's not take a chance. What are you doing? Get her back to your dad. Take that. Take that. Yeah, break. I'm going to hit you. Yeah.
I would like to take one moment to remember everybody, all our supporters during this last 3 months. Today is the special completion day. So all those supported us during this Vassa time and their extended families, we wish them well. We want to share all these nights with them and remember them.
And for everybody, our parents, and its education. Like Lal said, I think for all the supporting us every day.
Sadhu, sadhu.
It's very difficult to be for long lasting benefit for your happiness, not just for your whole family and others. And for your growth.
Sadhu.
Hari Purendi Savara Eva Meva Ito Dena Vedanam Upakapati Ichitam Patitam Sumam Kipameva Kami Chatu Sabe Purintu Sankapa Chandopana Soyata Mani Jyotira Soyata
Sambhitiyo Viramyanti
Sabarogo Vinasatu Mate Bhavatvanarano Sukhi Dikayuko Bhava Abhivanasiri Sanicham Uddhapacharino Jataro Dhamma Vadanti Ayuvano Sukha Bhalam Ratana Tayanubhavina Ratana Tayakesasa Ruparoga Bhayavera Sokha Satuchupadava Aneka Talaya Vividasantu Ase Sato Jaya Siddhi Tanam Labam Sotidanayam Sukham Balam Siriyayuchavanno Javoda Murti Jayasava Satavasa Chahayu Chajiva Siddhi Bhavantute Ate Atalato Suhito Viruto Sahasane Arogya Sukhita Kota Sahasane Vinyati. May you have every good blessing. May all the devas protect you by the power of all the Buddhas. May you ever be well. May you have every good blessing. May all the devas protect you by the power of all the Dhamma. May you ever be well. May you have every good blessing. May all the devas protect you by the power of all the Sangha.
May ever be well.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Can you introduce us to the process?
Yes. First of all, we have very special this making all this Hemant and he made the hoppers. Where's Hemant right there?
Oh, Hemanta.
Yeah,
Too.
yeah. And then the Imbul Kiribat. That's
What's that called?
Imbul Kiribat.
Imbul
It
Kiribat.
has coconut and honey kind of thing inside.
Kiribati like milk rice.
Milk rice. Right. And creation of Mali.
Oh.
Then this is a traditional Sri Lankan roti made by Dham family over there. This is Dham number 2. There's another Dham. Yeah, that's first time here. Yeah, also he made butter. And then butter over there, Kabal to be. Yeah, and then Vade, Achala, and Pushpa. And then this Munga but it's milk rice, but
With mung beans.
mung beans, chaturi. Also peach is special one from chaturi. And then India spring hoppers. It's another, the mung beans. And this also halapa. It's made of grain. A special grain, but it's kuraktan we call it, but it's millet, yes, millet. Yeah, yeah, and pushpan ramen with honey, this coconut honey. And this is also Sri Lankan version of pancake we call. In there's a coconut and honey again, kind of. And that's I think all. And then there's kolakanda. This is made of parsley and kale. Rasika made this, so superfood, yeah. So, and then we have curries to go with it. Your family.
So, Lal, if someone has never had hoppers before,
Yeah.
can you tell them what to do?
Yeah, so usually the hopper goes with this is patta sambal we call it. Chili paste, basically chili, onions, garlic. Dhammadharini? Is the garlic in the make it a garlic Dhammadharini? No garlic.
No garlic.
And you can have that with this.
This one's with egg or no?
We have with egg. It's coming now because we want.
Don't worry, that's okay. I just
Yeah,
wondered
they are coming. They are called egg hoppers.
In case anyone were
Yes.
vegetarian, I just wanted
Yeah.
to know what for.
So it's coming. He had some technical issues with making egg ones because they
Okay, thank you very much. So would we take this and
Yeah.
put something in it and then?
yeah, you can yeah, it can go with anything, but this two goes together. And everything else matches with this curry. And this one, I was thinking one of us would put it in a tray and have it over there and offer somebody to go inside and offer. I'll do that part. I'm gonna let Bhikkhuni has been sitting here for a while now. Oh, sorry, on that. It's done. It's hot right now. Are these? Oh, okay. And I forgot to mention, everything here today is vegetarian except the egg. Everything 100%. it doesn't have, no, no. So you are happy. They're all vegetarian. Yeah, me Virginia wala big me Daisa. Virginia wala illa respect to me. Yeah, the young
All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Sound doing okay? Having a little tech support moment. I see nodding. All right. So here we are. It is Kathina morning. The robe cloth, the Kathina cloth has already been offered. And in the kitchen right now, there is some marking and measuring going on. There will be some cutting later, there will be some sewing, and we will be going over there to show you a little bit of that process a little bit later. But right now, we will be having a Dhamma talk from Ajahn Brahmavara on the meaning of Kathina. So Ajahn Brahmavara was with us for the whole Vassa, or most of the Vassa, and she was ordained as a bhikkhuni at Aranya Bodhi Hermitage this Vassa. And she needed to leave early to go to the UK for take care of some family things. And she had planned to return to us for Kathina, but then was delayed by visa issues. So the plan had been for her to give this talk live, but she's here on Zoom with us, and we're delighted to have her here. So let me give the introduction. I have all these details here. Okay. Venerable Bhikkhuni Ajahn Brahmavara was born in England. She studied medicine at Sheffield University, trained as a doctor in Auckland, New Zealand, and worked as a GP in Shropshire. She started meditating while she was a medical student under the guidance of Vassa and Goenka, and spent 3 years in India at Goenka Center studying Pali, sitting and serving on retreats. She came to live at Amaravati Monastery in 2000 as a manager, but soon after arriving requested Anagarika ordination. That was 20 years ago, 21 maybe now. She ordained in the Amaravati Siladhara form of 10 precept nuns 17 years ago. Since 2019, she has been practicing at Wat Suktawi Dhammarang in Thailand under the guidance of Longpo Ganha Sukhakramo. For the 2021 Vassa, she moved to train at Dhammadharini Monastery and Aranya Bodhi Hermitage, where she had the opportunity to take seminary precepts and then full Bhikkhuni Upasampada ordination this past September full moon at Aranya Bodhi with Ayataloka Mahateri as preceptor. So she is in the UK, but we hope she's coming back to us soon, that the visa issues will be worked out and we'll see her very soon. I'm glad to see her today on Zoom. So welcome Ajahn, please tell us about the meaning of Kathina.
Thank you. Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay. I'd like to just begin by paying respects to the Buddha. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Buddhang dhammang sanghang namasami. So this is a very auspicious occasion, and I feel very honored and very privileged to be invited to give a small talk, to say a few words about what is happening today. What is the Kathina ceremony? It goes right back, of course, as many of us know, to the time of the Buddha himself. And there's a story in the Vinaya Pitaka about the beginning of the Kathina ceremonies, when a group of monks were trying to reach Savatthi, where the Buddha was residing, 1 year to spend the Vassa with him. And they were traveling from a place called Pawa, and it was a very long way. And they set off on the journey to try to get to Savatthi in time for the full moon of July, Asalaha Puja, the beginning of the Vassa period. But alas, they didn't manage to get there on time. And so, following the Vinaya rules, they had to find somewhere else to stay to begin the Vassa on time in the full moon of July. They found themselves at a place called Saketa, and they settled there and made their determination, as we all do, to stay in that one place for the first 3 months of the rainy season. But they were very sad. They were very sorry because they hadn't had the opportunity to spend the Vassa with the Buddha himself. And they were actually quite close to Savatthi, but they just hadn't managed to get there. So they spent the Vassa living together, this group of monks from Pawa. And as soon as the full moon of October came around, they set off. As soon as the Vassa was over, they set off to get to Savatthi at last and to see the Lord Buddha, to pay respects to him. And as the story goes, the account in the Kandakas, they struggled somewhat. It was very marshy, the ground was very wet, it was still raining. This period we're in now is the last month of the rainy season, but of course there can still be quite heavy rains in India at this time of year. And indeed, they found it very difficult going. And finally, after much difficulty and striving, they finally reached Savatthi. And you get the impression, one could get the impression reading this origin story, that these poor monks, this group of monks, were really quite fed up by this time, and perhaps a bit disheveled, perhaps a bit worn out, maybe even exhausted from their travels and from the kind of disappointed hopes and expectations. They arrived, and at this time, this is when the Buddha instituted this Kathina ceremony. And I can't help thinking that it was probably a way of lifting their spirits and a way of providing some new robes for monks who needed new robes, and a way of promoting a coming together of Sangha. So those who had been staying at Savatthi with the Buddha for the Vassa would still be there. And then these new monks coming in, and perhaps many other monks coming in to pay respects to the Buddha at this time. So the word Kathina actually means in Pali, it has a couple of meanings. It means something very hard, very solid, or very stiff. Is Kathina, is it adjective? Kathina, adjective, means hard, stiff, solid. But also a Kathina was the name for a kind of frame, a hard frame on which cloth could be stretched out and this frame could be used to help to make garments. And so this word presumably comes from the fact that the monks, the nuns, would use a hard frame to assist them in the making of the Kathina robes. Anyway, the Buddha said on that occasion that he would allow the monks. In this teaching, he refers just to the monks, that he would allow them to make robes at this time of year, and that cloth could be offered if it was felt suitable by the lay community to the Sangha, so that the Sangha could kind of, those who needed to refresh their robes could do so, could make fresh new robes. And it's become over many centuries, all these many 2,600 years since the time of the Buddha, this tradition of observing the Kathina, the Kathina alms giving, the robe giving ceremony, and coming together of people to celebrate in a way also the practice of the monks and nuns during the Vassa period, which is traditionally, because it's a time when the Sangha do not wander, they stay in one place. So traditionally it's become a time of retreat or a time of study of the Vinaya rules together. It's a time of community and of more intensive practice very often. So this timing of the Kathina, which is always held in the 4th month of the rainy season. So from the time of the end of the Vassa, the full moon of October, up until the full moon of November, quite traditionally, the Kathina ceremony would take place in this month. So it's like a sort of celebration of the time that has been, this Vassa, this coming together of monks and nuns to live in community together, to determine, as we all do, to stay in the one place and not to be wandering, and so to be together, to be living together, and to live in harmony. The Kathina can be seen as a celebration of this time, and also a chance to make offerings, to make great merit. It's considered to be a great boon to be able to offer to the entire Sangha, to the entire group. And the Kathina cloth that may be offered at this time, from the perspective of the Sangha, it's not something that we would ask for, that we would expect. It's something that comes entirely from the volition, the good intention of the lay practitioners. So the laymen and lay women who wish to support the Sangha at this time and in this way have this opportunity to give, and to give to the whole Sangha, to give cloth. And traditionally then, the Sangha are to make themselves available to receive the cloth as if it were wafting in upon a breeze. So there's the sense of very natural and unsolicited, no expectation, and a receiving of whatever comes. And to me, this is very important, and a very important phrase, as if wafting in upon a breeze, a very important quality, because it really epitomizes our life as monks and nuns, seminaries, anagarikas, anagarikas, that we are living in such a way, the samana sanya, it's a very different way of life from the lay life, because we are completely dependent upon the lay community for our very survival, the basics of life, food, the cloth that we wear, the shelter from day to day, and medicines when we're sick. We have no way of acquiring these things for ourselves. We're not going to work, we're not earning money, we're not in that position of control. and choice. So our very lives are sustained through the gifts of others. And this is something very inspiring and very ennobling, I feel, for all Buddhists, whether you're monastic, a monk or a nun, or whether you're a lay person who is supporting the Sangha. And we support, the support is mutual, but we support one another, the different Sanghas, in different ways. The work of the samana is to get liberated, to realize the Buddha's teachings in their fullness, in their entirety, to do the work, and to see to the end of that, and to, through this practice, opportunity to focus on the Buddha's teachings, to be able to also support others in their practice, you know, to be able to share what we're learning and how we're working with these teachings and trying to understand these teachings, to share that with others. And then the lay community, the laymen and lay women, also practicing, but have also this opportunity to practice generosity. And this whole day, Kathina Day, is really, to me, one of the important and very obvious facets of the day, is that it's a celebration of generosity and how much joy that brings to give. And it's I think it's fair to say that this one day of the year, the Kathina Day, is the greatest opportunity for people to express their generosity and to offer to the Sangha. And it's a coming together then of many people with good aspirations. And if the Sangha are invited, if a Kathina ceremony is offered by the lay community, one or two or three different people or different groups, then the Sangha will be available to receive these offerings. And we can all, in a sense, celebrate this wonderful Buddhist way of life and the teachings of the Lord Buddha together. And I think harmony is a very important aspect of Kathina. And it's so emphasized for us in our lives as monks and nuns that we learn how to live harmoniously together. And I can speak from my own experience of days like today, when we come together to support and encourage each other in our practice in these different ways, sewing robes together, chanting together, making offerings, being part of the great robe sewing that has to be completed by the end of the day, this great project that is really, to me, such fun, and also an exercise in creating something which is a sacred item. You know, these robes that we wear we're really very privileged indeed to be able to wear them, and they have a sacred quality, the robes, the bowl, because they are our livelihood, they are our protection, and they are the sign of the samana. So not only do we remind all the people around us of the existence of Buddhist monks and nuns, but we also remind ourselves, you know, putting on the robes each day, you know, is a reminder to do the best we can and to try to be impeccable in the Dhamma Vinaya. And it's a sacred item. And we treat our robes with great respect. We have many rules about how to treat the robes, how to look after them, how to store them, and how to wear them, and how to keep them with us and to keep them safe. These are all wonderful mindfulness practices for us. So this is a sacred occasion, and the making of the robe is a sacred act, and it's also a wonderful opportunity to come together and really enjoy community and enjoy one another and celebrate one another's practice and life. So there's a lot of formality involved in the Kathina ceremonies. The robe is to be offered in a particular way, and it's to be received in a particular way. Almost more importantly for the monks and nuns, that we receive it in a proper way. And then we have the opportunity to decide together as a group to choose one monk or nun who is considered to be worthy of this robe that is going to be made by all of us on this special day. And this monk or nun needs to be somebody who has, a venerable who has been residing in the monastery for the full Vassa, for the full 3 months of the Vassa. So who has made the determination and who has fulfilled that determination to spend the Vassa in a particular place. And it should be a person who is of moral conduct, of good conduct, an upright person who's fulfilling the requirements of a nun or a monk, a bhikkhu or bhikkhuni, somebody who's keeping the rules, somebody who is impeccable in their conduct, doing their best, one could say, and somebody who knows the Dhammadhariya, somebody who's learned the teachings of the Buddha and who's able to put the teachings into practice and who's able to be a source of inspiration to others, somebody who is a good example as a monk or a nun. And so it's actually a great honor to be offered the Kathina robe in a way, although, you know, all of our understanding of the Dhamma, our understanding of this path of practice is really pointing to something more open and more collective than that. So it's not really about one person, but there is an opportunity to honor and to lift up and to offer great encouragement to the person who's chosen to receive the Kathina robe. It's a chance for others to express their appreciation and to express their respect and their reverence for the monk or nun who is chosen by the group to receive this robe. And then the robe is made, and all, ideally, I think for many communities, it's like everyone has a chance to contribute. It's not always like that. In some communities, one monk, or I've never heard of one nun being asked to do this, but certainly in some bhikkhu communities, one monk will be allocated to make the robe. And it's usually, of course, a monk who's very good at sewing, who can be entrusted to do a good job and to do it quickly and efficiently. But oftentimes in Sangha life, we'll have the whole community of monks or nuns who've been living together in the monastery for that period will help, and everyone has a contribution to make. And the robe has to be made. There have to be certain stages in the making of the robe that must be fulfilled. So the robe must be cleaned. It must be properly cut, marked. There are various processes that happen once the robe has been offered, and so different people can contribute in all sorts of ways, and there's kind of like a suitable job for everybody, really. And some people will sew a little bit by hand, others will be using machine, somebody may be washing the robe, somebody may be dyeing the cloth, and so on. At the end of the day, ideally, hopefully, the robe will be suitably prepared, and it needs to be completed by dawn of the following day. So there's the time limit. I really love that at Dhammadharini, the robe is being sewn through the day. I know that you've already started sewing, and I think that's really wonderful because everyone gets a chance to participate or to see what's going on and to enjoy this wonderful occasion of sewing of the robe. In other monasteries, it happens very privately. There'll be public ceremonies, and then the monks and nuns will sort of whisk the cloth away and start sewing a bit later in the day, and perhaps finish sewing sometime in the early hours of the morning. Or there can be a bit of a race to make sure that it's completed by dawn. But today, I think here at Dhammadharini, I think there won't be a problem getting the robe completed. And indeed, it should be finished by the end of the day so that people may be able to be around to witness the completion of the robe. And once the robe is completed, there's another formal ceremony to offer the robe to the nun, in this case, the bhikkhuni who's been chosen to receive it. So it's a very special time of year for Buddhist communities all over the world, in Thailand, Sri Lanka, Cambodia, Burma, Laos. In all these countries, Theravadan communities are coming together often at weekends, sometime in this month, fourth month of the rains, to celebrate the Kathina and to make the new robes and to come together to mark a very special time of year, the end of the Vassa, when traditionally, the monks, the nuns who've been staying together for 3 months of Vassa will then part. So this could almost be seen as a way of marking that time of community, and then people moving off, going off in different directions to start wandering again. One gets the impression that at the time of the Buddha, the monks and nuns also wandered. They would not really stay in one place apart from during the rainy season. The reason that the Buddha instituted the Vassa as a time of determination to be in one place was because of the conditions, the climate, so that the monks and nuns would not damage the crops that are growing at this really fertile time of year when the rain is pouring down. And, so this is not a good time for people to be wandering around the countryside. Not the last thing monks or nuns would want to do is to damage plants, damage crops, damage the livelihood of others. But the rest of the year in India is dry and suitable for the wandering life. Nowadays, almost all, I would say, bhikkhus and bhikkhunis would tend to be sort of based in a monastery for most of the year, and may travel around, but not from day to day. It's an interesting development that happened over centuries in the Buddhist world. But I won't say more about that at this point. I think I've probably said enough on this topic of Kathina. I'm happy to say more, or to just see with Venerable Kachayana what will be suitable at this time. Thank you so much for your patient listening, and I wish everybody very happy, uplifting, a very good Kathina day. We may be in all different places. I can see Mechi Shirley Ann from UK, and I can see Bhikkhuni Anuvidita from Germany. So, you know, and many other good friends who are outside of the monastery tuning in. And I must say it's very wonderful that we can gather in this way and be one in spirit, one in the harmony of this day, and celebrating together the wonderful gift of the Buddha's teachings in our lives. Thank you.
Dhamma. Thank you very much, Ajahn. Yes, our friends here. We're noting we have Bhikkhuni Anuvidita, who ordained with the two of us in September, Shirley Ann, and many others. And this, I think, might be a time for a little bit of a community time. We could have a little chat among ourselves. When we're ready, we might go over and look at the sewing, but I don't know, what is the sewing status? We are on camera right now.
Where is my camera? Hello, Zoom friends. So currently they are working on laying out and marking and cutting the Kathina robe. So they have the cloth laid out on the large kitchen counter in the kitchen and are marking as appropriate for Ayasovana, who's the recipient. So she figured out her size and what measurements need to be cut, and so they're marking and cutting that. And she's also, because we have newly ordained bhikkhunis, so she's also training Venerable Tasadani and Anagarika Siddhinanda in how to do the cutting out and marking and measuring process for making the robe. So that is what is happening in the kitchen, and hopefully soon then that will be cut and then we can move outdoors to the gazebo to begin the sewing process.
So once we go outside, then the camera is set up there and we'll have the Kathina cam. Okay, well, the camera will be set up out there. And we'll have Kathina cam, which will allow us to observe the sewing process and sort of check in on it throughout the day. But since they're still in the kitchen right now, we're not opening up the public sewing process yet. This is the pre-sewing, measuring, and cutting time. And we'll have some sewing time on camera later. So for now, just hello to you all. Yes, we see each other. And on the video is here. Can you scroll down and see who else is here, Kevin? Go to gallery view. Venerable Anuvidita, what time is it there?
Actually, it is 5:37 here. Oh, wait, I have to turn out one audio.
We'll try to be done.
Okay, she can speak now. Well, she can. She can't hear you though.
Okay, now is it better now? Okay, I think now it works. Sorry, sorry. We have here another computer for the people here to see, to be able to see you too. So yes, and I forgot to turn off the audio, and then was like surrounded from two audios. Yes, here it is, 5:39 now in the evening. At 6 o'clock we might have evening chanting here. And it's so wonderful to see you. I'm so happy to see you, and I hope you are all well and probably already started to sew the Kathina robe. Okay. Yes. I might come later again if that's okay. Yes, as I told, in a few minutes, we have still a little bit of time, but in a few minutes we might start our evening chanting. And is it okay with your schedule?
Yes.
If I come later again?
We don't want to make you miss evening chanting. That's very important. But I would be delighted to have you back, or maybe even share a brief Dhamma talk with us later this evening. We're having the Dhamma talk marathon, and I think you're invited to share a few words. Okay.
Sure.
Very good. So we'll look forward to seeing you later. This is here. Shirley, are you in the UK?
Oh, hello from the UK, Venerables. It's wonderful to be with you all and to share in this special day. So very, very happy to be here via the wonders of technology and to hear Ajahn Brahmavara speak and to hear about the sewing having already started, and yeah, just delighted to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. There was a terrible speech for a moment, but thank you. It seems like this is a good time for all our European friends. So glad to see those from the UK and from Germany here. Let's see, Duanti, I think you're a bit closer to us. I know you've contributed to this Dhamma. So we have with your name on it, so we know it's you. And so yeah, you can join us for the day. I know you've been very early, and saw you early, so thanks for speaking with us. Okay, I'm hearing that I have needed to receive some offerings specifically for me, as the only bhikkhuni around also. So, I guess I will hand this to hello Zoom friends. So we're trying to be very careful about our COVID protocols today and limit the number of people here at once. So we have friends who are reaching the end of their scheduled time with us, and so very, very glad to have this opportunity to see many of our friends after obviously not a lot of in-person programs over the last 2 months. So appreciating the opportunity. Hey, Brahmavara, we are sad you're not here with us, but hope you'll be here soon.
Make your way through the visa and airline hurdles to return to join us. Venerable Ayurvedita, you're settled back in Germany. Also, you're muted.
Sorry, Samaneri Tavira, what did you say?
You're settled back in Germany and can now.
Yes, well, I'm still settling in. But it's very nice. I was so warm welcomed by my fellow Samana companions here, and it was so sweet. They prepared everything so nicely. That was very nice. And I also, on my way back, I made a brief stop for 2 days at Muttadaya Monastery and visited the monks and paid my respect to the monks. And they were also so sweet, like quite, you noticed certain parental proud, maybe. It was quite nice, quite sweet.
You started practicing originally, right?
Right. Mhm. Right, I came there still with dreadlocks
I'm a
and
daughter
quite
coming
funky. so yes. Mm. They've seen the whole development from the first day I started. So for them, I think it's also a little bit special. Mm. Mm.
The whole process. I know you recently did an interview with Ayapalanyani through Empty Cloud that we were watching part of
Yes.
in the last few days.
Yes. That was quite spontaneous. I was a little bit, how is it called, dropped in it. But that's okay.
I only just heard a part of it when someone else was watching to let others know what the group was if they're interested in going and checking it out.
I didn't get the last part. Maybe I have to turn up a little bit the volume here. Sorry.
I'm just thinking that others may be interested in checking out that program if you want to let them know what it was.
Hast du es verstanden? If somebody else can make the chanting, that's what you said? No? It's a little bit difficult to understand.
Yeah. I think maybe our Wi-Fi is getting stressed with many people online.
Take a break and then.
I think maybe it's a good time for us to take a short break and see if we can move the broadcast over to the other corner of the house and see what is happening with the Kathina robe, which is probably, hopefully, being cut and be ready to begin sewing in the gazebo very soon.
Okay, so see you later. Greetings to everybody.
See everyone later.
Okay. Hier, warte mal das. Genau. So machen wir das. Kann ich nämlich alles stehen lassen.
Okay. So here we are with the Kathina robe cloth, and we are drawing kusi lines. That's the lines for the rows on the Kathina cloth. This is happening in conjunction with measuring the Kathina robe. And I'm here with Venerable Bhikkhuni Sangha, who earlier this morning, just after dawn, the Bhikkhuni Sangha awarded the Kathina cloth to her. So now we're beginning to, I think she's made the pattern for the Kathina robe, or here's part of it. This is the part that's being worked on now. It's labeled B here. So this is going to be one part of the Kathina robe, and now we're drawing in the kusi lines. The kusi lines are like in the paddy field, the raised area traditionally in the paddy field where you can walk between the fields, and in the traditional Buddhist monastic robe, the patchwork robe, the kasaya chiwara, then that strengthens the robe, and it's what connects the patches together. So we learned also when we do this to wish that bhikkhuni, that bhikkhu, that monastic will be strong in their practice, diligent and dedicated. If they're a teacher, that they will teach well. If they're a practitioner, that they'll practice well. Also, we think about the donors of the cloth and everyone who's contributed to it, and with our loving kindness and with our blessings to all of them, from our hearts, for our touch to the robe. I know when I first received the Kathina robe myself, the first time that the Sangha made the Kathina robe for me, I just felt the loving kindness in that robe so strong. And it was a little funny, as it was the first time we made one all together like that. Being able to make a robe oneself and making one all together as a community is a different endeavor. And even now, 11 years later, that robe is still with me. I'm using that as a sheet in my kuti, and that good feeling is still there. So I join all of those who are here in person. I invite you to join in together, and all those who are online, really putting your good heart and blessings into this robe together. As we were chanting earlier, Amhakan Tikaratan Hitaya Sukhaya, our long-term benefit and the happiness it gives us. So, the last bit. It's such a treasure to be able to join in this together. I was thinking I was going to come and be able to cut something, and up to here, right? Or all the way. All the way. Right. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Next. Everyone can take a turn. Okay, we'll have a chance for anyone to be joining in outside here.
The sewing is happening outside as soon as I finish getting the
Okay, okay, all right, sadhu. So as soon as the marking is done here, then I think the time will be moving outside, and others who have joined us during this time will be able to join in sewing and offering stitches together.
Hiya, Brahmavara. I've just seen a message that we're able to unmute ourselves. I think you might be able to also, and others who are here too, if you'd like to. Is my voice coming through? Okay. Oh. I'm supposed to be reducing my use of the bandwidth here, as with having a couple of cameras on, we're using it up quite much. I think Venerable Anuvedita may have now gone for chanting. Aya, so nice to see you.
It's really wonderful to be here, Aya.
Do you have any idea when he may be able to come back to us again?
Well, I hope I might be able to come back soon after the 8th of November, Aya.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I have to try and sort out the flights, but I'm quite hopeful that that will be possible.
Aha. Well, I will be hopeful also.
Thank you.
Holding a good wish, as I know many other people will be as well.
Thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to the chance to come back and practice in the community again.
We look forward to and warmly, wholeheartedly welcome your return.
Thank you.
So that was wonderful to hear your talk on the meaning of Kathina. That was such a classical talk in one way, what you shared, but then also really I felt sharing from your years of experience of both like the technical aspects and also just the heart for the Buddhist community and for this process.
Yeah, it's a really wonderful occasion year on year. And I was very touched, Aya, by what you said about the cloth that you received 11 years ago and how that feels to actually receive a Kathina cloth. And I really feel myself also the sense of huge uplift and encouragement that we can offer to one person each year in whatever community we're in, and that it's for me that is a sort of something one can look back to and feel uplifted by and feel strengthened by, and it's really all about the value of spiritual friendship and how crucial that is for perhaps, I think, probably all of us.
Yes, absolutely. If I think about my felt sense of wearing that robe at that time, you know, it's just such a profound thing to wear a piece of patched cloth every day with all of the patches and stitches being something offered by the whole community and by the Sangha. That robe wasn't only sewn by the monastic community, but also by all the friends who wanted to put a stitch in or who helped us with the measuring and the sewing. And it was just really something so palpable, and what it is to actually live day in and day out, day and night, clothed in something that has come together in generosity and kindness in such a way. I really don't know how to find words for the heart quality of that. It's easy to be oblivious about so many things in the world and to not really feel and recognize what's going on. But, you know, when we do feel and sense and know that, it's just so powerful and amazing. And that the Buddha and our early Sangha offered us this way of getting dressed, of being clothed. This particular method, when I think about it even now, after so many years of monastic life, it's still so awe-inspiring. It's just awesome. Such an amazing and I think like tangible love and heart of the Sangha. I think to Venerable Ananda, according to the stories, you might have said this. I was on for most of your talk, but missed a little bit of it. For the Venerable Ananda, for the request for him to make a design, a distinctive design for the Buddhist monastic robes. As up until that time, sometimes the Buddhist monastic robes were not able to be distinguished between the robes of other wanderers and ascetics. And then this distinctive design in the paddy field, with the idea of the bringing together the fields of merit and the walking of the path. Well, the Venerable Ananda, I don't know how much he really had to do with the Bhikkhuni ordination and the Bhikkhuni Sangha coming into being, but so much that he offered to our Sangha in so many ways, whether it's the robes that we wear, or the suttas that have been passed down to us, or all of the love and care to the Buddha that supported his teaching for so many years, or the kindness towards women folk and towards the genuine and noble aspirations in the heart of his mothers and sisters and daughters in Dhamma. I just send my appreciation and blessings to him right now for that, and everyone who's passed down this way. I don't know, Aya, if in school you also learned flag folding. When I was a child in grade school here in the United States, that time I was in grade school just outside of Portland, Oregon. Then as part of our class together, then we learned flag folding and how to raise and lower the flag and how to fold it. And it's really amazing that this Buddhist monastic robe is also folded traditionally in the flag fold from even ancient times, and that its other name is the banner or flag of the Arahants, the Arahant Tajaga. So what it is to be someone also who's clothed in the flag or the banner of the Arahants.
That's really inspiring, Ayatoloka. I didn't know that before. I never learned flag folding, and I didn't know about how to fold the Sangati in that way until you taught us during the Vassa.
Oh, really?
Really, because as a Siladra, previously, I had a different kind of outer robe called a avarana, and just the Pali word for cloak. And we folded it in a very simple way, and it was not a paddy field design cloth. So this was I feel like I'm a very much baby bhikkhuni, and I'm learning the most simple things as I go along. But this learning about the Sangati and how to fold it was so beautiful and inspiring for me. I actually I've given demonstrations to various people since you taught me. And every time I feel that sense of uplift. I also...
I see you're wearing your Bhikkhuni Sangati now.
Yes, I am.
I'm so glad.
I was also reflecting, Aya, as you were speaking, about the paddy field design, which I'm so glad you mentioned, because I didn't mention that in the talk. But it's such a significant part, isn't it, of the sewing of the robe. And I just was reflecting how it actually makes it quite a complicated business. And we've been privileged to watch Aya Sobana, measuring out the cloth, and with yourself, Aya, and how precise it has to be, how the design is sort of something that you really have to work to get it right. And it takes time. So it's not just a simple piece of cloth. And I feel that all of that somehow has a great significance, because it means we all have to, focus. We have to be very mindful we also have to like work together to teach one another how to make the robe, and to help one another to get it right. It's not so easy at all. And so I find that something rather wonderful and suitable for us, that our robes are something we have to be taught how to make them properly by other members of the community, and to work together to get it right.
Yes, very much a part of the traditions. You know, probably for you too, it may be that as an Anagarika you wore an unpatched white robe, and I know I did also in my white robed years. And when the robe is like that and it's used very often and washed often, it tends to stretch out of shape and become distorted quite quickly and easily, and certainly within a year or two. However, sewing the robes in this kind of way, with the kusi lines in this paddy field design and with the borders, it's really so much stronger. And I think about, the Buddha's intention for the Sangha and for us, and for these ways that have been then passed down traditionally, for us to learn a method and mindfully work with it ourselves, and then mindfully do so in community together, that really so much strengthen and support us, and also the community and the whole framework for the Buddha's Dhamma to be, and its path of practice to be passed down, to be preserved. I know this is one of the things that people have felt concerned about with bhikkhunis, that with gap in the bhikkhuni lineage, that, where would these teachings come from to us? Yes. And this is one thing that I feel really, my own experience has been so much like the patchwork robe, and having the patches then, the teachings from one teacher and another teacher, from bhikkhus and from bhikkhunis, then brought together in such a powerful way. And I just recognize how that really is so, even for most of the bhikkhus who I know, who they may have one teacher, but it's almost never really just one teacher. They're learning from so many different experiences and teachers and Dhamma friends. And it's just a natural, normal part of, say, when we have the heart to learn the path. As Lungpo Cha, Ajahn Cha was saying, everything is teaching us, and we're really, gathering together, then taking in these teachings and gathering them together, and then, dwelling in them and with them, and practicing with them, like the robe, in such a powerful way.
That's really beautiful how, as you say, Ayatatoloko, you pointed to the fact that the robe could be like a kind of simile, or you could compare the making of the robe and the design of the robe to the holy life. I find that really beautiful, and the strength in those fields and in that design, and the strength in the people, the friendship and the connection that one experiences in the holy life through the experience of living in Sangha, living in community, and working always. I mean, like, working towards harmony in the community is I've learned over the years, is something like one has to constantly apply oneself and make effort and be really mindful and careful and attentive to one another. It's not like harmony automatically happens just because we're all keeping the precepts. We can misunderstand each other in so many different ways, especially when we come from different cultures, maybe different backgrounds, and we have different ideas about things. And it's just like there's so much good and wholesome and really profound work to be done to enable harmony. And to me, this is the most wonderful work. And it's like for everybody, you know, the experiences of being able to let go of our views, our preferences, and to continually really be willing to open to the people around us and to blend in, as the Anuruddha and his companions said to the Buddha, they could blend together like milk and water. To be able to do that, it's really a great privilege and opportunity to live in Sangha, and that this is really one of the focal points of our living of the holy life, and how the cloth and this day really kind of are teaching that to us every moment, watching the Venerables creating the Kathina robe today.
Sadhu, it's really such an important point, and it's one that's such a deep, incredible training. You know, years ago, during the time that I was staying with a Bhikkhuni Sangha in South Korea, then there were very brief chants remembering and appreciating like just one excellent quality of the Buddha, and just like awakening, and just one excellent quality of the Dhamma, like truthfulness, and or teaching, and just one excellent salient quality of the Sangha. And the one that was chosen was harmony. And at the time, I thought, awakening, yes, I'm here for awakening. Truth, yes, I'm here for truth. But these human beings, these human beings are just so difficult in these regards. And so it was even kind of, you know, a little bit baffling to me at that time, although the training was so strong in its forms, in being harmonious together there then. And yet, you know, how do we really harmonize our hearts and minds with all these people, with, as it's said in the suttas, different in bodies and different in perception. And really just different in perception, different in bodies and different in perception. We're all human. Some of the teachers say that for our consciousness, it's not explicitly human. It's like the same, you know, basic consciousness in all kinds of forms of life, other animals and everything as well, you know, whether that's with a human body or cat or dog body or horse or whale or snake or whatever that may be. But still different perceptions, even we're brothers and sisters, or, you know, with parents, and different perceptions. And it's just so big. And I feel really, even after decades of monastic life, how deep and how important, how relevant, how needed this particular training and practice is, to do it well, you know, not to get harmony through suppressing ourselves, and not to get harmony through suppressing others, and was it not to get harmony through disassociation, means it looks like we show up but we're actually timed out and we're not really truly completely participating together, not truly able to show up because we don't know how to show up in harmony. So deep, so important. And I feel for our world now, and I don't know about in the UK these days, but in the United States, wow, in people's hearts, so many rifts are there, and it just seems so important. Please, you had a thought.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just really tuning in and harmonizing with what you're saying, Ayatollah. And, you know, the challenges we have, I feel, you know, I was just reflecting how even in the Sangha life, where everyone is doing their utmost to live skillfully and to work well together and to be harmless in every way, even then we do find we have challenges, and you know, if we don't have the guidance of the Buddha's teachings, we don't keep precepts, how much more difficult for people to be able to cooperate with one another. And it does feel like at this time in the world, we're really being required to cooperate globally, you know, to combat, you know, the difficulties we find ourselves in terms of the climate and the ecological, many ecological issues that we have. And there's such a strong call for people to put other things aside, to come together and to work together to try and improve the situation as best we can. And I feel that the Buddha's teachings have never been more relevant, and that we, all of us, each one of us has an opportunity to contribute through this willingness to work for harmony, like put great effort in to let go of differences and to come together collectively. And I do feel that the Sangha can really contribute to this work, because this is our whole life in a way. And so I just had those thoughts as you were speaking, Ayatollah. I'm really appreciating your this discussion and this opportunity to reflect on these matters.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. You know, I later on in our program today, this afternoon, we have the Dhamma Talk Marathon program, and all the residents of our monastic community, both in person and also from afar, those who have just been with us for the Vassa, yourself, and also Venerable Bhikkhuni Anuvirita, also invited to join in that. And, you know, one of the three main topics that everyone has been invited to speak on, one of them is on our practice of Chittanupasana during the Vassa, and, you know, sharing what may have been of interest and benefit and blessing from that. And another is on the meaning or the importance of the Bhikkhuni Sangha, the Bhikkhunis. And the third is definitely not least important, and that is about the Dhamma that we feel is really needed for this time in our world. And as you were speaking, I was just feeling like I really wish that as many people who have the aspiration to learn and train themselves in the Buddha's teaching, that they would do so as much as they can. And then also with the heart, even just by their practice and by their example, or even more actively, to then share that with our humanity so much in need. Because I feel like there's such a lot that's there in the Buddha's teaching that is then passed down to the monastic communities, some of it not even unpacked so much these days, but so much that seems so deeply relevant and important. And when you said now more than ever, I was thinking, yes, I feel like that. And then I was wondering, have people always felt like that? Did the people feel like that in the Buddha's time also? Yes, this is what is needed now for us. I mean, so compelling, and really being able to see the need and the benefit. I feel like I just want to encourage not only our monastic community, but I mean the monastic communities as places of refuge, and to come and learn from the examples of those who are, full-time, more than full-time, whole-time dedicated practitioners, 24/7, except when sleeping. And then, really also just to be sharing as much as possible, not only mindfulness. We have smiling. It looks like the sewing may be about to be beginning in the gazebo here. Thread is unraveling and there's smiling happening. And I see cloth is being unfurled also in our community hall, further cloth. Hello, can you hear us in the gazebo? Are you able to hear us in the gazebo?
Yes.
Oh, hello, Upasika Chanaka Ekanayake Tavira. It looks like the sewing is about to be beginning. Is that right?
We're working on it, getting the machine set up and all of the things set appropriately, and now we need more electrical outlets. So yes, we're going to run around and look for more electrical cords.
So in the background, then you can see the morning sunshine is starting to rise up through the trees, and it's moving towards noon, but not there yet. Still about maybe 2 hours away. And there's Ayasobana and our Kathina cloth awardee this morning at dawn from the Bhikkhuni Sangha. Also, Anagarika Panyavimutti is there taking part together. That's wonderful. And this gazebo has been our outdoor space for meeting during this time of pandemic. It actually came with the monastery property when our Dhammadharini Support Foundation obtained it. And during the time of COVID, it has become all the more useful for so many things in so many ways. And now is the spot for the sewing of the illustrious sewing of the Kathina robe this year, with the Dana Sala going up later. I hope later on we can have Dana Sala Cam also go and show the footers, which have already been installed out in our meditation garden. And then the kit has arrived. But really our Northern California rainy season is arriving, and it's arrived in a big, big way this year. So the construction has been a little bit delayed until there's a bit more of a patch without so much rain. And meanwhile, the good old gazebo is still holding up and offering this space for the sewing of the Kathina robe this year. I'm so delighted to see Samaneri Tavira being a part of sewing the Kathina robe now. That's wonderful. And Anagarika Panyavimutti being a part of it as well. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. And I think something else is coming up soon too, and that's going to be the preparing for lunch Dana offering camp, which may be coming up within the next few minutes. I don't know if we have tech support on here with us anywhere. This important topic, Aya, that we were talking about, Aya Brahmavara, I really hope to hear more about this in the Dhamma reflections this afternoon during our Dhamma talk marathon time, when all of our community members are invited to speak and to share their Dhamma reflections together. Just so important. Right now, in this time with the Kathina sewing beginning now, have the first stitches, you're loading up the machine, have the first stitches been done yet? Samaneri Tavira, will you let us know when the first stitches in the Kathina robe happen? We want to all of us here, we want to rejoice together at that time. So don't just go, let us know when it's the time. Okay.
First you have to test the tension. So this is not going to be a real
setting
stitch.
up sewing machine.
Yes. Okay, this is the test. All right. Okay, thank you very much. Meanwhile, I want to recognize some of our friends who I'm seeing are here together. And I'm just going to switch my own view to gallery for just a moment. And I just want to recognize that our longtime friend and very dedicated practitioner, Barbara Mann, is here with us. I don't know if she would be willing to turn on her camera for a moment or not. And I am not an admin on this Zoom, so I'm not able to unmute her, but I just want to rejoice and appreciate in Barbara's practice as one of the close, dedicated practitioner members of our community. And also our longtime friend Christopher Lee is here. And for everyone who's been to our hermitage, our Aranya Bodhi Awakening Forest Hermitage on the Sonoma Coast, if you've walked on the trails there or stepped on the steps, you have probably been benefiting from the handiwork of our good Dhamma friend, Christopher Lee, who has, led up so much together with other friends in really caring for the trails and the walkways and all of this at our hermitage. So Christopher, I don't know how to make your video turn on or to make you unmuted, but just blessings to you, and I'm glad to see your name here. And also Dhammacharya Patipada, who is here with us. Some of our friends may remember a couple of years ago, she undertook the 8 lifetime precepts with us at one of these events back before we put the things on Zoom, all in person together here at our monastery. And just sending all of our blessings to her. And I think I was part also of her getting her certificate and her precepts sashed at the completion of a couple of years of Dhammachari studies at the American Buddhist Seminary in Sacramento. And she's part of the Peace Center in Sacramento and doing great things in Dhamma on behalf of humanity. And Maria, I'm glad to see you there. Oh, you just disappeared from my view, and we now have full on gazebo Kathina robe ironing camp. But greetings to everyone who's here now. I'm going back to look again. And also Irduanti and Mayatri. I just want to let you know that later on, a couple of our very close friends who are really dedicated practitioners, Ananea, who has also been a member of the board of directors of the Dhammadharini Support Foundation, and she's still on the financials team for Dhammadharini Support Foundation. She and another of our local, very dedicatedly practicing friends, Diane, also known as Dhamma Diane, are going to be carrying your offering, your family's offering in the parade, and then offering that in the Sanghadana together. So Ruanti and Mayatri, I'm so glad to be able to see you here and share that news with you. And also they both said that they're so honored to be able to do that. That was just the response from both of them individually when they found out that they had this opportunity. So they're going to be holding your offering with so much love and honor and care, and offering that in the Sanghadana on your behalf. And then also, of course, then sharing in the merits together. But in such a case, it doesn't mean that the merits for you become less. It just means that the merits become greater and spread farther. All of your merits are yours. And then their merits in being a part of that will be theirs too.
That sounds very good, Tataloka Mahateri. We are so glad to see this happening. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Sadhu Ruanti, Keruan Saranaya. Triple gem blessings to you and Mayatri and to your whole family. wish for your growth and welfare and well-being in the path, in the noble path of the Buddha, particularly for the reducing and ending of all delusion and ignorance, and the penetrating and breaking through and clearing up and understanding all suffering. Particularly that we always wish for our loved ones to be well, and we wish for good things to happen to us, and all of these, I think everyone wishes so. And really deeply in our profound connection with the Buddha and his teaching, the Dhamma path, and the Sangha, and the things that are the salient and unique merits of coming into contact with the Buddha and a Buddha's dispensation or sasana. They're the things that are shared widely with the world, and also they're the truly unique and salient qualities and benefits, and let us not miss out on those. It's not to deny our love for our wish for ourselves to be well and flourish and prosper and be healthy, and also for all of our loved ones, not to deny that in any way, but also to turn our hearts really regularly to what are the salient. And I'm searching for a word, and as I contemplate looking for that word, it's like my mind just goes to wordlessness very quickly, so that I have nothing to say, but I hope you get my meaning. So I'm not sure if Dhammadharini tech support is actually on with us still now. Although they're apparently sitting there looking like a Earth Witness Buddha. Dhammadharini tech support, if you are there, I think there was an idea also. People had requested that they like to see, that they rejoice to see the lunch offering to the Sangha. And I don't know if it's possible with all the cameras that are on, with having Kathina cam in the community hall and Kathina sewing cam in the gazebo.
We're happy to do that for you. We'll probably turn off maybe at least one of the cameras before we do the lunch offering, but yes, we'll do that.
Oh, thank you. That's the voice of Cameron on tech support. Everyone join me in sharing blessings to Cameron together. Thank you very much for making it possible for all of us to be able to join in and share in together together. Thank you, Cameron. Many blessings to you.
I'd like to say hello. Can you hear me or no?
Yes, Barbara, I can hear you.
Oh, good. Yes,
disappeared in the Dhammadharini gazebo.
It's so lovely to be
Barbara.
watching you. Hi.
You can turn on your video if you want to.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay.
If you don't want to, you don't have to, but you're welcome to.
No, I'm fine. Use your camera. There's a new Chromebook allowed.
Oh,
yes, I'm here. Yes.
Hello, Barbara.
Yeah.
Nice
well,
to see you.
I remember the days when we could come for the day,
Yes.
But I am going to come later.
You're coming this afternoon, yeah?
For the Dharma talks, yeah.
Okay, excellent.
But it's nice to be able to kind of tap into what you're doing, and it makes me so happy just to witness you're doing it, making the robes.
Yes, yes. Well, not only you, there are those who requested this because it makes them happy too. And
yes,
that's why we're doing it.
Oh, to be, be part of your lives. Yeah, it's a wonderful thing. Yeah.
And really, we talk a lot about loving kindness and metta, but this quality of mudita for ourselves, for our hearts and our well-being and our happiness is just so important. I think,
Yes.
do we have an announcement coming from the Dhammadharini gazebo?
We do. The announcement is that lunch is ready. So it's time for us to put down our sewing and put on our robes and go get set.
Oh, ho, ho. Okay, so then to tech support, then we have the Amisa Dana. Amisa means material food. The Buddha taught about many kinds of food for our eyes, our ears, our nose, our tongues, our bodies, our minds, our hearts. And Dhamma nutriment as well. And so Amisa is the material physical food. Amisa Dana is then, we're calling this also lunch offering. So there are our friends who have specially prepared and who it's just their heart's wish to be able to offer this lunch today to the Sangha and everyone who has gathered together on this Kathina robe offering day. So I'm going to go off here now and go prepare to join the Sangha for this offering. And I'll be seeing you again then after the mealtime this afternoon. So blessings to everyone, and for those who are from afar, to really just, if you feel joy in any part of this in your heart, just let it spread through your whole body and mind.
Yes.
And even if it feels like it needs to jump out of your body, then just radiate it out to the planet.
Yes.
Yes. Absolutely fine. You can, as the Buddha said, upwards to the skies and downwards to the depths, outwards and unbounded, freed from hatred and ill will. Absolutely. To all is to myself. Do it.
That is
It
beautiful.
is so good for us, and it is good for our world also. So I will be seeing you. I'll look soon like one of the anonymous monks in the line coming up to take my alms bowl.
I will see you all later.
Sewing room.
Yes, Barbara, and everyone is welcome to stay on now who would like to see the lunch dana offering. You're welcome to stay on, and then I think our MC may be around somewhere, and we'll tell you what is coming up next.
We have our pre-lunch cliffhanger from the gazebo, so we are ready to sew the first stitches on the robe, but we will.
Yay.
Oh, okay.
celebrate this Vassa. I want to think of all of them, their families, their extended families, to share all this merit. Yeah, everybody. I'd like to think of all of our parents, our past relatives in the samsara, to share all those that's waiting for merits in our children, education, all of our well-being, protection, obviously continued support to our Sangha Sasana. And also I would like to remember all those suffering during this pandemic time, those that passed away, suffering, to have peace, to share all this with everybody and all of our path to Nibbana. Sadhu.
In a celebration for the fourth Sangha by Archbishop.
May we all reach Nibbana.
That's when we all live long and have good health. You'll be very happy and strong and safe from this COVID. Thank you.